We are live from Council Chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to a muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you, and I'll pass the microphone to Deputy Mayor Rice.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Because Mayor will be joining us at 1:30, so as Deputy Mayor, I will chair this morning's meeting. So at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous people whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dani, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Lakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. So I will start to call roll call right now. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Mack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor Sohi will join us later. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton has a load and she's away this morning. And then also Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Cottonmel.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here. Councillor Jens. Councillor Jens.
Good morning.
Good morning. May I have someone to move adoption of agenda?
Good morning, Councillor Rice. I'll move adoption of the agenda.
Second.
I don't think there's any changes.
They do have some changes. Do you have the summary of change?
No, I see no changes, only request to speak and for specific times, which we'll come to later.
Okay, sure. So any questions for the agenda? So none, and please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We're just waiting on one vote. Councillor Jans? We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Can I have someone to move approval of the minutes?
I'd be happy to. There's so many minutes to approve.
Yes, thank you.
So I will move the approval of the minutes from the December 11th, 2023 City Council public hearing, the December 12th and 13th, 2023 City Council meeting, the December 15th, 2023 City Council non-regular meeting, the January 15th, 16th, 2024 special City Council meeting, the January 16th, 2024 special City Council meeting, the January 17th, 2024 special City Council meeting, the February 12th, 2024 special City Council meeting, and the February 14th, 2024 City Council non-regular meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack and Councillor Cottonmel. Any questions or amendments? And for the meeting minutes, yes, we have lots. I see none, and please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes. That is carried. Any protocol items? I know I don't have protocol items here, but I do want to invite our city manager to give a few comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rice. I just wanted to take a moment to introduce to those who are in the room our new Chief Communications Officer with the City of Edmonton, Heather Hamilton, to my right here. So welcome, Heather. Heather's on her second day in the city as the Chief Communications Officer, and today is her first council meeting. As a member of the executive leadership team, Heather's going to be setting strategic priorities and advancing the city plan with us. As a branch manager, she'll lead ideas and strategy for corporate communications and engagement services and programs. And like all city staff, she'll collaborate with partners to ensure the success of our municipal government organization and the community we serve. She has 3 decades of communication, stakeholder relations, and marketing experience, and other orders of government have given her real good insights into leading in a complex organization like ours. And her previous work at the Edmonton International Airport means that she'll be ready to be, she's already been part of the building the city of Edmonton and the region. Her leadership of diversity and inclusion initiatives at the Parole Board of Canada position her well to make significant contributions to our city's progress on these files as well. So I'd just like to take the opportunity to welcome Heather to the city of Edmonton, introduce her to some of the councillors here, and I'm sure you'll get to know her better over the coming weeks and months. Welcome, Heather. Cheers.
Welcome, Heather, and thank you, Andre, and for this introduction. That is really meaningful, and for us, we have additional communication experts in our city, and thank you. So let's move to the select items for debate. So I give a few seconds for my colleagues to sign in. Councillor Cadmill.
Thank you. I will take item 6.1, please.
6.1. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll select 7.1, 7.2, 9.2, and that's it.
7.1, 7.2, and 9.2. Okay. Councillor Jens.
Thank you. I wanted to do item 7.5. I just have a couple of questions. I don't know if a presentation is necessary.
Okay. 7.5. Any more selection from my council colleagues? I do see a few items say must be selected. There is one is 7.4.
Point
So
of
that
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I think that one, it just says it must be dealt with, but it doesn't necessarily need to be selected. Am I incorrect?
To clarify, 7.4 should say must be selected. Direction is required on that item.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay, so Councillor Knack, would you like to select that one?
Sure. Happy to.
Thank you very much. So that means we select 6.1, 7.1, and 7.2, 7.4, 7.5, and 9.2.
I'll move all remaining items.
second.
Thank you. Please vote and for the non-selected items.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We're just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried.
Councillor Rice, would you like me to call back the recommendations that were approved today?
Yes, please.
Great. Thank you, Council. Today, Council approved the following recommendations in the reports without debate. Item 7.3, the 2024 Common Furniture Plan. Item 7.6, Naming Committee Renaming Recommendation. Item 7.7, Taxes Recommendation for Cancellation Write-Off, Cancellation of Uncollectible Taxes and Penalties. Item 7.8, Explore Edmonton Tax Forgiveness Options. And item 9.1, Edmonton Community Foundation Committee of Nominators Appointment.
Thank you. So, Council received requests to speak for item 7.1 and 7.6. However, Council's protocol is to only hear and from public speakers at standing committee meetings. So far, and we will not hear from public speakers on those items. Okay, so let's move to the next one, and is a request for specific time on agenda. May I have someone move those requests specific time?
Yeah, I'm happy to move that the following items be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. Item 7.1, operating budget adjustment 12 update for 1:30 today. And 9.2, city auditor recruitment for 1:30 on Friday.
Okay, do we have one more?
I believe the other time specific is already approved.
7.2.
Yeah, that's already been made time specific for first item of business on Friday.
So that one is already approved earlier.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Because we selected that one. Okay, thank you very much. And I need a second.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Knack.
Just a quick question, maybe to Mr. Corbell, just trying to figure out, we don't have a lot of items on this agenda, and I'm wondering, or maybe someone who can talk to the 9.2, is it because we have a consultant and that's the only time they're available? I'm just trying to figure out, it feels like I don't want to say anything or jinx anything, but it would seem like we might not need all 2 days in full.
Yeah, I believe it is because there's an external consultant, but I'm not part of that process, as you know.
Yeah,
so
understand,
I don't
but
know
yeah,
if Chris has more information, but
I can clarify, the external consultants are only available on Friday, and we've secured time in the afternoon because there was another time specific in the morning.
Okay, so that's all right. Well, it is what it is. Thank you. That's all my questions then.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. Kirk Martin, and then, so if we could contact the consultant, so that one could change later, right? For the 9.2.
For 9.2, Councillor Rice, the consultants confirm they're not available today. We could reach out to them, see if they're available earlier on Friday, but there is an item that would be dealt with beforehand.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. Please vote.
I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. The next one is vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cotmell. would you
Councillor
like-
Rice, I'd be happy to move first reading of items 8.1 and 8.2.
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Cotmell and Councillor Principe, any questions for the first reading? I did not see any questions. Any speaking on the first reading for the bylaw? 8.1 and 8.2. No, I didn't say any name and it popped up, and please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried.
Councillor Rice, I'll move second reading of items 8.1 and 8.2.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried.
Councillor Rice, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 8.1 and 8.2.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you, and please display the vote. That is carried.
Councillor Rice, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20579 and bylaw 20774.
Second.
Please vote for the final reading for these two bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Please display votes. That is carried. So we deal with the bylaw. And do we have councillors inquires? Councillor Nak, I saw your name popped up.
Yes, thank you. I do have one submitted to the mayor, the clerks, and members of ELT. It's been a while since I've done an inquiry. All right, here we go. Let's try to remember how to do this. I just read, apparently. So in 2022, Edmonton's population grew by approximately 40,000 people. With the recent news that Edmonton's population in 2023 increased by 65,000 people, that means our population has increased by more than 10% since the 2021 federal census. Although our city plan did not assume specific timelines for hitting the 1.25 million population, if the current growth rate holds, we could be at the 1.2 million people by the next federal census in 2026. This immense growth creates significant pressure on the need for infrastructure and services in our city. So can administration provide a report outlining, number one, work currently underway on the housing needs assessment for Edmonton and the Edmonton region, including any analysis on if enough housing is being built to support the population growth. Number two, any information city administration has from the administration of the various school boards about the ability to provide enough schools for the growing population. Number three, if updated modeling has occurred for municipal infrastructure needed to support the growing population, example, libraries, recreation centers, bus garages, police stations, fire halls, utility lines, etc. Number four, if updated modeling has occurred for the city plan to address the rapid population growth. Number five, language and translation services that the city provides to support the large increase of new Canadians who are moving to Edmonton. And number six, funding changes in the MSI LGFF funding provided to the city of Edmonton since its inception, with a due date of Q2 2024. Thank you.
Okay, wow, that is long inquiries. Thank you, Councillor Lack.
I don't know any other option. You can do short inquiries.
Yeah. So that is one, and city administration will provide the report back. Okay. Do we have a specific date?
For the second quarter of 2024. The administration has some reports that they're working on for the same timeline, so it's the idea is to try to align those around the same point.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is our councillors' inquiries. So next one, and we're going to reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. City Clerk, we have 4 reports here, or 3 reports here to be dealt with at different meetings. Do I need to read them, or we just
No, Councillor Rice. Items 4.1, 4.2, 4.3 were all dealt with at the February 12th, 2024 special city council meeting. So they were dealt with.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Next one, request to reschedule reports, and none. We don't have any reports to do that. And then we move to unfinished business. That's 6.1. Invitations to events. So is city administration going to do the presentation for this one?
Yes, we're just getting the delegation online.
I'm not sure we need a presentation. Clerk Martin? I was just going to move a referral motion, so we can go to that.
Okay, yeah,
Councillor
Councillor Campbell, go ahead.
So I'll move that item 6.1 be referred to the next Council Services Committee meeting.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Campbell and Councillor Stevenson, second. Any questions for the referral? None, I didn't say any questions. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Wow, we moved so quick. Next is public reports, and 7.1 already request for time specific at 1:30 this afternoon. 7.2 will be the first item of business on Friday, February 23rd, 2024. We have fixed one, and it is 7.4. Is there any presentation from city administration regarding this report?
Councillor Rice, we do have Victoria Hendricks online, and she'll provide some opening remarks.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay. Administration does not have a presentation for this item. However, I will provide short introductory remarks. My name is Victoria Hendricks. I am the Director of the Councillor's Office Liaison Team, and I'm joined today, I believe, Nancy Jacobson, the Legal Advisor, and Oliver Zadek, the Operational Controller, should also be on the line. The Councillor's Budget and Expense Policy C618B requires that recommendation for allocation of the Common Travel and Conference Budget be presented at the first Council Services Committee meeting of each year. This report was scheduled to be presented at the January 24th, 2024 Council Services Committee meeting. However, the meeting was canceled. As a result, the Agenda Review Committee rescheduled this report to be presented today. Since the report was originally published, administration has been advised that there are two minor changes that can be made to Attachment 1. Due to a scheduling conflict, Councillor Rutherford will be unable to attend the CUDA Spring Summit in May 5th through 7th in Halifax, which reduced the costs of this item to $3,125. And administration offered to pay the cost of the Globe Conference, so this expenditure was removed from the common budget, and as a result of these changes, the total estimated cost is $89,014. The total estimated cost for Attachment 1 can be revised to this number. Council direction is requested to bring the total expenditure in alignment with the available funding in the common travel budget. Attachment 1 will be revised per Council's discussion today, and Council will be asked to approve and fund the Office of the Councillor's 2024 Common Travel Conference Travel and Conference Budget.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all and from you. Okay. Yeah, thank you for this.
Unless there's any questions.
Yeah, I do see a few names on the board and I may have questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Initially I was concerned to see our planned expenditures to be exceeding our budget. However, I was able to look at the actuals And it looks to me that there's been a few years now where we're spending about half of what we've budgeted for. Is that a correct understanding?
I haven't done the math to see it's about half. However, often it is the case that the actual funding will be less than the allocated, and that the common travel budget has remained under the costs for the last several years. That is correct.
Okay, so I think, the report alludes to the potential of needing to change the budget. However, I'm not seeing us actually exceed the budget on a regular basis. So just wanted to add that context for the conversation, but no further questions or concerns around that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cadmel.
Thank you. First of all, on the Alberta Municipalities Spring Summit, the chart in attachment one says all councillors are eligible. Was that an automatic, or did we have to say we're going, or?
There are two items, one of which is the Alberta Municipalities Spring Conference, for which all councillors are eligible, and that's written within the expense policy that funding must be made equitably available to all councillors for those pieces.
For both of them?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I neglected to add my name to the Calgary Stampede list, so I wonder if that could be added. But again, I'm not sure how important that is, because to Councillor Stevenson's comments, this usually reconciles out by the end of the year. So I'm not sure how tripped up we are on who put their name forward for what.
Yeah, we can look into making that amendment now as well. There is an option within the policy for any additional items to be brought forward throughout the year.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cadmel and Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, sorry, I just need to correct something. I am absolutely going to Halifax. I've already booked my flight and accommodation. The one that is a scheduling conflict is the CUDA one in Ottawa. It's at the same time as the Alberta Municipalities. So I'm opting to go to Red Deer for the AB Munis instead of the Policy Summit in CUDA. So
My
that one,
apologies, I'll make that change.
so yes, just I've already booked a flight, so I want to make sure. Okay, so just that was my only concern. So the Ottawa one, though, I'm not planning to go because it's at the same time as the AB Munis.
Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I think you answered my question with Councillor Cartmels, but I just want to double check. So for the AB Munis, that allows for all 12 councillors, correct? And whereas it's just 10 for FCM?
The Alberta Munis Spring Conference, we were informed because some of the registration costs are covered by membership, that covers the registration costs for 10 councillors, because the other 2 are covered through other means.
Oh, I see. Okay. But FCM, is that the same?
Yeah, that's correct.
So 2 are covered otherwise, so 10, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because I think I indicated I wouldn't be going to FCM, but okay, so that's where the costs might decrease. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luck.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I wanted to make a quick note. Same with Councillor Rutherford, since the policy forum for CUDA is the same time as the AB Munis annual convention. I definitely have to be at the convention, so we can just strike that entire line item from attachment 1, which will help. And then yes, registration is now open for AB Munis Spring MLC, so you should all do that, since we will soon have an approved budget. And then I'll move at the appropriate time. You're on the board for questions, so I'll move the revised attachment 1 once you're done then.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Luck. Councillor Tan, can you take the chair?
Still taken.
Thank you. I do have a few questions here, and then thank you for the plan, and it's very clear and very detailed. So the budget is 73,000. That is for budget for 2024. But the request right now is over that. And however, in attachment 1, we will have some like amendments. And I do notice one for FCM and the February 20 to 23 virtual no cost. I think it's my understanding and it's not virtual. And it is actually, and we have counselor attend the meeting. So that one is updated as well.
Okay, I hadn't received the information for that, so I will have to follow up on that. I hadn't received the costs or update for that.
So with all the costs, do you think, and we will not exceed the budget and we'll reduce the 95 right now because the request spending is 95,000 and over 22,000 budget.
So with what we've discussed, and I understand there is a change to the FCM board meeting, which incurred costs. Without that, because I don't have that information in front of me, the budget is currently down to $90,077. As I can't say whether or not that will reduce to the main budget. However, if there are amendments, if hotel costs wind up being lower, or if counselors decide not to attend events that they have requested attendance for, historically, it has come in under budget for those reasons. I'm not sure if Oliver's on the line and could add anything else there. I think I see he's in the meeting.
Yes, thank you, Victoria. I would say that the last couple of years we have oversubscribed on our travel plan versus our budget. I would say it's a calculated risk. Generally, the largest two events are not fully subscribed, and we have consistently come in at a surplus, and not just on the travel plan, but the common budget as a whole. So I'd say we're cautiously comfortable with oversubscribing on our travel plan.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. And then, yes, it's very grateful. Historically, we're always under our budget, so we're not exceed. And so then my next question, if the budget is over, where is the funding resources to cover that over budget?
So generally, we would look at the common budget as a whole. So often what we've seen is on the personnel side, which is the larger budget, it overcompensates for overspends on the non-personnel side. So as we provide financial updates, we'll be able to advise council if we're getting close to that point where we're being over budget.
So there is a low risk there. Okay.
Very low risk, yes.
Okay, thank you. I will take the chair back. Thank you, Karen, Councillor Tan.
Thank you.
Okay, I heard Councillor Nak. Oh, Councillor Nak, you have something will be put on the floor, and I'm going to Councillor Wright first. Councillor Wright?
I can move
Do
the
we
second
need
round.
to vote on a second round?
Oh, okay.
I'll move the second round.
And I second.
Thank you, and please vote.
Just waiting on 2 votes. Councillor Tang?
I voted yes for me.
Thank you. And Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, it didn't come up. Yes.
Thank you. We now have all the votes.
Yeah, please distribute votes. That is carried. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, you know, when planning a budget, So I've already said that I wouldn't be going to FCM, and I'm just wondering, because we were polled and asked who would be attending what. I'm just wondering why we're still accounting for that in the budget, especially when historically we haven't used all the funds in the budget. Why are we still planning for it?
My apologies. I think I misspoke in the previous question. For Alberta Munis, there are 2 registrations that are covered due to our membership. However, I do not believe that's the case for FCM. Yourself and one other councillor stated they would not be able to attend, and that is why I have the registration costs at 10 for that item. So sorry for misspeaking earlier, but your input is accounted here.
Okay, so I'm just wondering then, how, like, where have we found savings in the past that we're still accounting for these higher expenses right now?
So I can say from reviewing the previous budget in detail, because of year end recently, there was a number of meetings that were either canceled or for which people did not attend. And that came up closer to the event rather than when we surveyed this earlier back in, I believe it was the start of January.
Okay, well, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Okay, I saw Councillor Knack.
Yeah, I'm just on to make the motion, and the motion is, I'll move that the 2024 Common Travel Plan as outlined in Attachment 2, which has been updated as we've been talking, of the January 24th, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report be revised per the discussion and approved and funded from the Office of the Councillor's 2024 Common Travel and Conference Budgets.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack and Councillor Paquette. And Councillor Knack, would you give a few comments and for the introduction? Or
Just one other quick note to your question earlier. So sort of as an introduction, I was able to get confirmation that the FCM board meeting happening right now, it has no cost, so that won't be, there will be no cost coming into that. And a little bit to answer Councillor Wright's question, oftentimes not everyone has, well, actually I can't think of a year where every member of council has attended the spring summit or the annual convention. So that's often a place where we'll see additional savings to fall within the budget. But even with the changes here, we'll be very close. And then if I'm guessing 1 or 2 folks don't attend both of those AB Munis events, although I'd love to have you all there, we'll be well within our limits. So just wanted to offer that as a final piece. So thank you.
thank you. Thank you very much. Any more questions? And we have motion on the floor. I didn't see any questions come up, and please vote for the motion.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. We are finishing 7.4 right now. So the next item is 7.5 update affordable housing strategy. Is there any presentation from city administration?
There is not.
Okay, there is is there any opening comment?
No, we're just prepared to answer any questions that Councillor Jans might have.
Okay, that's wonderful. Councillor Jans, you select this item.
All right, point of order.
Yes.
This has come up from Community and Public Services. Usually we allow the chair of that committee to do an introduction.
Okay, so we can follow that procedure, and then Chair Principe, and from that committee, can you do the introduction first, and then we move to the Councillor Chance and for his questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rice. Yes, we had this discussion at our Community and Public Safety, Community and Public Services Committee meeting. And we did have some subsequent motions come forward at that time that had passed. And that can be seen in the report. And we did also hear from speakers at that time. And yeah, that's my introduction. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Jens, and for your question.
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly, I was just interested, I think it was a couple days ago, there was a news story that cited Edmonton is now approaching the lowest vacancy we've seen in a decade. And much as Councillor Knack articulated in his inquiry this morning about the rapid growth that we're seeing and how we could be well on our way to a city of 1.5 million people, I'm wondering if, given the low vacancy rates, or and that just the rapidity or the rapid advance of the housing crisis on us, is this changing the sequencing or the scope of this plan and our strategy?
We've got Hanny on the line. Would you like to respond, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Thank you for the question, Councillor. I think the strategy and the implementation plan that we've developed was always designed to be flexible and to give us an opportunity to be able to adapt to changing conditions. But also at the same time, it's given us an opportunity to name the key tactics and objectives that we want to achieve. So I think there's going to be room for that. And for example, we'll be bringing this fall an updated affordable housing investment plan to council. So that also is an opportunity for us to be specific about what kinds of goals and how we proportion the goals based on the conditions currently present in the market. So I think there's opportunity for adaptation.
Okay. I also wanted to get more information. So the improving housing resources for renters, including the establishment of a landlord registry and education on slide 6 of the administration presentation. What are the next steps required for that? Is a subsequent service package or motion required now, or how can we, given the low vacancy rate, some of these renters' rights protections may be needed sooner than later?
Thank you. Also a good question. And we have not explored in detail what a potential landlord registry could look like. I think there's a few steps first to consider. There was a report from UPE last year on a landlord registry. And so I think we need to figure out some of the risks associated with developing a registry, but also figuring out, because we're trying to respond to our engagement results from the folks that we talked to about the need for this kind of a tool. And so it's just really about exploring some of these tactics in the context of developing better experiences and reducing the risks of eviction for tenants. So we'll explore that as a part of a number of things that we'll do to figure out what tools make the most sense for us to deploy.
And finally, I just wanted to confirm and I'm sorry if I missed it, but is home share or what we would call, I guess, encouraging cohabitation or letting out bedrooms or renting out bedrooms, that is still something that we're looking at exploring and promoting as well. I think I saw a statistic that said there's like a million unused bedrooms in Alberta.
I think there may be some comment from my colleagues in UPE, but certainly if there's opportunities for us to explore alternative forms of housing, including co-housing, as a part of our strategies, we will do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd done some work with the Canada Home Share Network earlier, and I know there's some, especially for students and international students and other enabling more intergenerational living. There's huge opportunity there. So, yeah, thank you. Those are my questions, and it's an excellent report, and I'm pleased to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens and Councillor Tan.
Thank you. I think I just had some questions that kind of emerged after the discussion, which I appreciate. We didn't have enough time for a thorough Q&A at the time. So I very much thank the administration for the follow-up memo that really, answered a lot of my nitty-gritty questions. This has been coming up more for some of the inquiries that our office has been getting, and I just wanted to hear a bit of thoughts around policies like rent control. And I think there was a recent reporting that we've had some of the highest rent increase, as just on the line of questioning Councillor Jans had. We know what can we do there, recognizing this is very rent ceilings and such is very much provincial oversight, and I guess I just want what can we do there?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. One of the key things that we'll have to do, and this appears in a number of cases in the strategy implementation plan, is working with our colleagues at the provincial government to figure out what kind of potential changes or improvements to the legislative framework are needed in order to help those who are at risk of evictions or at risk of homelessness.
Well, and can you kind of do you think that's a policy that could have some traction? I've been following the opposition's private members bill on this, but I guess I'm just wondering, is that an area that it's not really mentioned, I think, through all of our housing discussions, but I'm just kind of curious, at what point do you think we could be having a serious conversation about that?
Again, I think it's subject to having some of those conversations with our colleagues at the province before I can comment about whether or not about the likelihood of that.
Yeah.
And again, a lot of the strategy's focus is on things within our control and our jurisdiction that we can influence. And so if the conversations aren't fruitful, or if they turn out to be more challenging than we had anticipated, then maybe we would refocus on the things that we can control and influence.
Yeah, I think I'm just quite concerned about a number of emails I have been receiving in my office around kind of the rapid increase over a 1-year time period that are going to push a lot of people out of the rentals that they are in. Anyways, so I just want to flag that is a major concern for me, and I know if the strategy may not directly address that, but I just want to put that as a area of interest for me. Thank you.
Councillor Tang, it's Andre here. I would just add that, I don't know if we use the term rent control, but we certainly alluded to it in our emergency list that we presented to council. And I think this is something that we can discuss at one of our first task force meetings as well to see what advocacy efforts we may want to launch. I think we just have to do a bit more work before we get there, but it's certainly on our list of considerations.
Okay, thank you. That is very helpful. I appreciate that. That's it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tang, for the questions. Any more questions? So I didn't see any questions come up. We have the motion recommended by the committee and to the council for today's decision. And Councillor Principe, would you mind to move that motion?
Certainly. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rice. I will move the motion. Is it?
It's on the screen.
Okay, great, thank you. That the City of Edmonton updated Affordable Housing Strategy 2023 to 2026 as outlined in Attachment 1 of the January 15th, 2024 Community Services Report CS01673 be approved.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Principe and Councillor Knack. We did have very robust discussion and also 2 subsequent motion passed in committee as well. And then, so is anyone has question for this motion or want to do the speak? Okay, I didn't see any questions or anyone would like to speak. If not, and Councillor Principe, can you do the close speak?
I think you said it very well. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rice.
Okay, thank you, and please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. We are done for 7.5. So we already done 7.6, 7.7, 7.8, and also for bylaw 8.1, 8.3, and for private reports 9.5. So for the rest, and is a time specific. Clerk Martin, and do we have anything else left for this morning? I do not see any here.
No, at this point, Councillor Rice, the remaining 3 items are all time specific. One for this afternoon at 1:30 p.m., one for first item of business on Friday, one for 1:30 p.m. on Friday, and there is a motions pending from Councillor Hamilton who's absent today.
Okay. From procedure perspective, we can recess right now, or what's your advice?
Correct. Council can recess until 1:30 p.m. today.
Okay. So if we don't have any questions, anything left for this morning, and then the meeting, the council meeting for February 21st is recessed to afternoon 1:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone. We are quick this morning.
We are live from council chamber.
Are we ready? Okay, would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador, no, Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette, Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton is away, Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
now Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
Hello.
All right, so we are on to first item at 1:30. Oh, so 7.1, but before we do that, there's a little bit of housekeeping that we need to do to change the schedule of City Auditor Recruitment Committee. So Councillor Knack,
Yes, so I will move that council waive the rules on providing notice of motion as set out in section 32 of bylaw 18155, council procedures bylaw, to allow Councillor Stevenson to make a motion without customary notice regarding adjustments to the 2024 council and committee meeting calendar.
okay, need a second, I can second it. Okay, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe, and Councillor Cartmel, I believe.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that the orders of the day for the February 29th, 2024 City Auditor Recruitment Committee meeting be changed as follows. Convene at 9 a.m., lunch from 12:15 to 1 p.m., and adjournment at 2:30 p.m.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now OP12. I'll go to administration to make a presentation, but also walk us through the process of today's meeting and what is coming up in the next meeting as well. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. I'm here to present with Stacey Padbury, Jody Graham, and Catherine Sparks to provide an update on implementing Operating Budget Amendment 12 motion, an initiative we refer to as OP12. And there are a cast of other characters who can help answer questions throughout the afternoon. We recognize that we have had several OP12 conversations in private, and there is a need to build a shared understanding with the public and with any employees who also might be listening to today's presentation. To provide context to why we started this process, there are two motions that administration must address. First, there was the main OP12 motion made through the 2023 to 2026 budget deliberations. This is the motion that directed administration to remove $60 million from the base budget and identify $240 million of funds that could be invested into council priorities of affordable housing, public transit, climate change, and core services. Secondly, through the fall 2023 supplemental operating budget adjustment deliberations, administration was directed to have $10 million of the $240 million available for council to incorporate into the spring supplemental operating budget adjustment to either reallocate or reduce the tax levy. So our approach and the presentation we are going to outline does satisfy both of these motions from our perspective. To ground the work, we presented Council with a set of guiding principles for all of this work. And at various stages in the process, these principles provided the necessary support to navigate through the complexity of this work. Edmonton is growing rapidly, faster than our projections anticipated. Our core services are strained due to increased needs, and budgets are not adjusted to reflect population and inflation. We are on track for a community of 2 million people by 2050, and this is exciting. But with that growth and a limited ability to raise additional funds, we foresee tough decisions about the type of city we want to be and how we show up for the residents of the city. We cannot take the services we have and simply stretch them to accommodate more assets and more people. Stretching our services to a breaking point is what Stacey has referred to as service erosion. And what we do for Edmontonians and employees, we should do well. And we want to do the work, and we want to do it in a way that is safe, helpful, accountable, integrated, and excellent for everyone involved, and especially Edmontonians. OP12 presents an opportunity for Council to streamline our focus to achieve our city building goals while maintaining our commitments to safety, relationships, and the important work of reconciliation, anti-racism, and community safety and well-being. With that context, we'll walk you through our 7-stream process. First, we reviewed our past work, bringing forward options that we'd contemplated through other continuous improvement efforts, including the 2015 2% initiative, budget reduction exercises that occurred throughout previous budget cycles, the program and service review, and the Reimagine report. The table shown on this slide, which is also in the report, illustrates the significant ongoing financial impact of those structured exercises. From the start of the 2% initiative to today's date, we avoided a tax increase equivalent of just over 21.5%. Decisions that we make today have implications for the future, just as previous decisions impact us today. An example of this from the 2% initiative, which resulted in $978,000 ongoing reduction for snow and ice in 2018. In the fall 2020 SOBA, the 21 budget was reduced on an ongoing basis by $1.1 million for transit peace officers. These are just a couple of examples that have impacted the frontline service levels that we are grappling with now. With every reduction, there is a trade-off in service levels somewhere in the organization, and in a growing city, not matching taxes with growth also comes with erosion of services, which is what makes this exercise incredibly complex. We also examined our organizational structure starting at the top. To modernize our communications approach, we collapsed the former Communications and Engagement Department in favor of a decentralized model. Our core group of shared service communications professionals remained in a central hub, and the majority of employees were redeployed into departments to be closer to the frontline services they support. Heather Hamilton, who is here on her second day, the newly hired Chief Communications Officer, is currently on her second day with the city. And overall, this decentralized approach did free up 4 senior leader roles, 1 DCM, 2 BMs, and 1 director for reallocation. We also streamlined the former Employee Services Department, decreasing the number of branches and bringing it together with legal services. And this combined the role of Chief People Officer and and City Solicitor, freeing up another senior leader role for reallocation, 1 Deputy City Manager. We also elevated additional voices to the executive leadership team. I did reallocate one of the vacant communications and engagement senior leader roles to hire a Chief Climate Officer, which we're into interviews now. When hired, this individual will provide critical lens to council and the executive leadership team's decision-making with everything related to climate action. The Chief of Staff of the city also saw her role shift when I added additional accountabilities for her role to be the corporate lead for anti-racism and reconciliation and intergovernmental relations. Ensuring the city has the appropriate workforce to deliver its evolving portfolio of services requires ongoing review and alignment, and through continuous improvement, administration has and will continue to identify opportunities to best align resources and the employees towards priority activities and core services for Edmontonians. And I will continue to keep council up to date on the streamlining that we're doing. We are not done. We'll continue to do this. We have increased our supervisor to employee ratio significantly over the last 2.5 years, and we'll continue to do that, which is a good thing. We also confirmed the key questions that would inform the remaining streams of work. These were the questions that executive leadership team asked our teams. Were there efficiencies within the service area? Even if it's a core service, there could still be efficiencies. Could the service be recalibrated to what was required? Could the delivery model be adjusted to increase cost effectiveness? Are there revenue opportunities within the service? And if this wasn't something that was a core service, should the city continue to operate in this space? As we receive requests for new work or deeper investment in programs, these are the questions I'm going to use to continue to guide our approach throughout the city. And now I'll turn it over to Catherine.
Thanks, Andre. Digging in deeper from that last question from Andre about core services, we established a baseline level of understanding of the services that were core and non-core to our municipal operations. Services that were legally required, practically necessary, or council priorities are considered core services. Legally required services align with relevant legislation. For example, this legislation includes acts such as the Municipal Government Act, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, and the Emergency Management Act. Ensuring compliance with legal mandates both safeguards the well-being of our residents and also helps maintain transparency and accountability in service offerings. Practically necessary services address the fundamental needs within the community. This helps administration distinguish between services that are crucial for Edmontonians' basic functioning and those that may be more discretionary. This is the need to have versus nice to have distinction. And finally, council priorities are the services that directly contribute to advancing the areas of importance as set by council. The images shown on this slide provide the public and employees with a high-level understanding on how this core and non-core external and internal services are distributed, noting that the small bars represent a subservice and are not proportionate to the size of the workforce that completes the particular function. Through a previous council report, council has access to a dashboard with the details of all of the core and non-core service data. Over to Stacy.
Concurrent to the previous step, we clarified the actual scope of the exercise. The pie charts on the screen are detailed in the report, but what they illustrate is that the more constraints we place, the more challenging the exercise becomes. In the first pie chart, without any limits, the original OP12 motion was a 2.2% exercise. The second pie chart shows where when we remove the areas where council and administration doesn't have the practical ability to influence in an expedient manner, these are things like debt servicing, fixed corporate expenditures such as automated enforcement, council contingencies, risk mitigation strategies, corporate revenues, and the Valley Line LRT, and the funding that we provide to agencies, boards, and commissions. This brings us to a 3.8% exercise. And finally, in the last chart, we exclude expenses related to climate change, housing, and transit. This would result in a 5.1% reduction exercise. It is important to note that we have still considered how we can deliver climate change, housing, and transit in the most efficient manner possible. We also know that apart from what we've narrowed in these large buckets, there were areas that council did not wish to explore. For instance, adjusting the police funding, which was recently established through policy, or outsourcing bus cleaning, which was a previous exercise, an idea that was approved and later reversed. What this 5.1 exercise means, what this 5.1% exercise means is that the options we needed to consider needed to be more than a collection of small efficiencies and trimming at the margin. A 5.1% reallocation exercise means that the city needs to significantly modify services or in fact even exit lines of business. Knowing the intent of your motion, we did our absolute best to look at ongoing operating funding, but we also were open to incorporating utility and enterprise funding to provide you with access to funds. We couldn't have done this work without ideas from council, union partners, and city employees. Together, all of these groups provided 507 ideas on how we could increase revenues, reduce expenses, refine our organizational structure, and create efficiencies. Some of these ideas were duplicates and needed to be removed. The team also applied the scope from the previous stream, removing what is out of bounds for this exercise. Ideas were then categorized and filtered through several feasibility evaluations. And when we looked at feasibility, we stayed as neutral as possible, not commenting on whether we were recommending the change, but focusing only on if it was possible to implement an idea. Then we completed deeper analysis for the feasible ideas that administration believed council might consider implementing. Those feasible ideas that are not advanced for deeper analysis but could absolutely receive analysis if council so chose are provided in attachment 1, which is a public attachment, and attachment 2, which is a private attachment. But just like organizational design, idea generation doesn't conclude when this motion is implemented. Administration is deeply committed to continuous improvement and substantial work to engage employees to minimize our costs and achieve value for Edmontonians, and this occurs outside of any motion-driven exercise. Each year, I'm encouraged when I turn into the Cultural Commitment Awards to see some of the stories of city employees who find new and innovative ways to deliver value for Edmontonians within our existing resources. I'll now turn it over to Michelle. Sorry, maybe I'll just pop in and do this one too. Although administration has always exercised rigor related to expenditures, additional measures imposed by the executive leadership reinforce the need for cautious and prudent spending. Hiring was subject to additional restraint, where we only filled roles that met core service classification of legally required, practically necessary, or a council priority. Members of the executive leadership team have oversight for all of their recruitments, and the city manager receives a weekly report which enables an additional level of oversight. Business travel continues to be limited and heavily scrutinized. All travel within Alberta requires the approval by a department or division leader. Travel outside of Alberta requires approval by the city manager. Out of province travel is typically only authorized based on the mandated requirement, a strategic priority, or a significant subsidy being offered by an external party. For example, a sponsored speaking opportunity at a conference. Consultant use is carefully considered and used only when the work cannot be performed, either due to a specialized skill set required or time-limited requirements by a City of Edmonton employee. As an example of the reduced consultant use, the public engagement process, Michelle's division used for public spaces bylaw, was done entirely by City of Edmonton employees. This resulted in a smaller project scope, but more focused and meaningful effort to engage Edmontonians with lived experience. Finally, we reduced 2023 overtime expenditures by more than 50,000 hours compared to 2022. Most notably, we saw reductions occurring in three of the largest city branches: Fire Rescue Services, Community Recreation and Culture, and Parks and Road Services. For the majority of areas, service levels were maintained with the exception of snow and ice control, where there was decreased demand due to warmer weather in late 2023. Although this doesn't yield funds available for reallocation, every dollar helps to address the city's deficit and contribute to a better work-life balance for our city employees. Now back to Andre.
Thank you. So this slide shows you progress at the end of this year. We have made strong progress on the $60 million, achieving $45 million with 3 years left in the budget cycle, and I'm confident we can get there in those 3 years. Through the fall 2023 supplemental operating budget adjustment, Council harvested and reallocated some funding into programs, including increasing snow and ice control, converting temporary staff to permanent roles, providing cellular service in the LRT tunnels, expanding the Heritage Valley Library, and continuing Center City cleaning. This report provides you with $139.9 million of options. When combined with previously identified amount, the total is now $274 million worth of options. So you asked for $240 million, and we've provided up to $274 million, and so we think we've exceeded the target by about $34 million. Attachments 3 and 4 provide the options that Council could consider to reallocate the $240 million, including high-level analysis for financial impacts and staffing implications. Attachment 3 provides options that we would recommend that we discuss in public, and senior leaders are contacting organizations listed in the report to help them understand the process and next steps. Attachment 4 provides options we would recommend discussing in private due to labor relations and or legal implications, and both attachments provide administration's assessment of the complexity for each item. Some of the services we deliver now, services that will show up in the options list for you to consider, are certainly beloved by some Edmontonians and indeed some of our own employees. However, we know that we will never be able to scale them to match the needs of a vibrant and sustainable community of 2 million residents. The OP12 motion is in a way an intervention point for Council to fundamentally shift the organization by providing strategic direction about the ongoing services we should provide for Edmontonians, with some of those areas of intention being affordable housing, public transit, and climate action. It is important to note that these options were provided as you had directed us to do. Administration will faithfully implement the changes if Council elects to incorporate some of these or all of these into upcoming supplementary operating budget adjustments. To our staff, some of you who may be listening, we understand that transformative work like this has a very real impact. And for individuals and teams who may experience direct change, we'll work with you and keep you informed as these discussions unfold. And for all city staff, please know that you can approach your people leader, your director, your branch manager, or even member of the executive leadership team with any questions you might have related to OP12. Now, I wanted to present this slide because as you contemplate how to reallocate funding, I just wanted to reaffirm my understanding, or the city administration's understanding, of your priorities. And that we follow, in that you'll see that we have now what I've titled here as a hierarchy of city priorities. We have identified the two emergencies that have been declared. One, the climate emergency that was declared some time ago, and more recently, the housing and homelessness emergency. And so we see those as elevated due to their emergency status that Council has put on them. And it's also important that those are really don't conflict with some of the other priorities either. We see OP12 priorities as a next important piece because they are very recent and they were very clear in terms of this specific task. And they are, of course, climate action, housing, transit, and core services. And then otherwise, we have the Council strategic priorities that were set early in your mandate, and we continue to work our best to achieve many of those priorities as we work through this. To incorporate the OP12 items into SOBA, both the savings and the reallocations, we only have 2 conversations with you, and this is the first one. On March 12th, we are going to return to Council looking for decisions about OP12 options to implement in the spring SOBA, which options you may want to consider for the fall SOBA, and which options you don't ever desire to see incorporated into any of your budgets. Stacey is going to be writing a budget process report for that meeting, which will provide you with the mechanisms on how we navigate the complexity of this. If we get your direction on March 12th, we can build the reductions directly into the spring SOBA, and this allows you to reduce time on reductions and focus on where you want to invest that money. This would also allow us a stronger likelihood to complete the spring SOBA in the allotted day that we have. We also will work with Council's Agenda Review Committee to see what we can move off the March meeting to maximize your budget discussion times if they become more complicated. The spring SOBA is a shorter process because the spring SOBA is typically meant to address emergent items such as significant changes from provincial or federal budgets, as well as true up of the assessment growth, which is estimated in the fall. The spring SOBA is not typically used to make significant changes to programming funding like in the fall. The taxation bylaw follows 1 week after the spring SOBA and has a tight turnaround to meet legislative requirements around tax notice mailouts. Therefore, days cannot be added to the agenda for the SOBA. We can do all this and we can include your decisions on OP12 if we get them by March, but it'll be really important to get clear direction by that March timeframe. And then we'll be ready to support that more streamlined process. Now, by removing $60 million from the base budget and delivering $240 million of options for Council or exceeding that, including identifying $10 million of options which could be immediately incorporated into the SOBA, we believe we've met the aim of this OP12 motion of Council. And just to reiterate a bit of the process pieces, we really wanted to come in this session for info, perhaps answer clarifying questions you might have in public, and then we could go into private perhaps. Having said that, if there are things that you would like to rule out right away, and there's some good consensus for that on Council, we're happy to take that direction now. And then in the in the next few days and weeks, we can offer more one-on-one sessions with counselors if you want, or perhaps a group of counselors would like to meet and ask some questions. We can do that. We'll also be ready to put some packages together that could be taken in an omnibus direction if there was a desire to do that. And we'll share 3 or 4 options on that with all of council for consideration in an effort to try to streamline some of your decision making in March. So I hope this helps in terms of orienting you and the public to where we are from an OP12 perspective. We're happy to take questions and work through this process with you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Andre, for this presentation, and also big thank you to your team working on this over the last number of months, and this will be a very good conversation today. So what I understand, what we want to do today is ask as many clarifying questions on the public attachment, which is attachment 3. Then attachment 2 and attachment 4 are private attachments, so we will wait for that once we have done ask questions on attachment 2, and then you'll come back on March 12th and 13th with more, at that time seeking or recommending decisions, right? But today, if council is really keen on removing something, say, this is no-go, that could be considered. But I think if we start going line by line on each of these suggested items, we would not be able to get there, right? I think so today, keep it broad, keep it as open for discussion, and ask all the questions that we need to ask. Then if there's something burning that say, no, this is no-go, then we can think about that.
Yeah, and then I would just add that we're also willing to do more one-on-ones with counselors or groups of counselors in the intervening days and weeks between now and March. I think from a March perspective, we thought it might be helpful if we provide you 2 or 3 omnibus-like packages that you could consider, and you could either run with them or not. But I would also say that we wouldn't put the entire package into omnibus mode, but you could debate and decide on individual items in March as well, as long as you have time for.
Okay.
And we'd be happy to take any early direction now in terms of things you'd like us to rule out if that's helpful, but
Okay. All right, so we'll open for questions, and I would encourage everyone to open attachment 3 if they're asking questions on that, because it's kind of confusing in a way. There's so much information. Might be difficult to keep track what is public, what is not public, right? So as we be very careful, please, asking your questions that when we are asking questions in public, we are only asking questions based on the list in attachment 3 or other broader questions that we can ask in public. So with that, we will go to questions now, and Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Andre, and your team. I think this has been quite the undertaking, going into all this detail for us. Before I just ask some questions on attachment 3, I just want to, in the report, it talked about recommendations to council for the best way to leverage funds from other levels of government. And I'm familiar, with some of the housing initiatives, but I'm just wonder where else those might be, or is that something that's going to come later, or with each different report that comes forward?
Yeah, I think generally, Councillor, you'll see some of that in the details of the tables that are in the long list of tables and ideas. Some of it is real clear, some of it is not. Housing is very obvious, especially given recent announcements. I think another one to look for is sort of rapid transit funding and those kinds of things. It has been, I would say, a little more difficult on the operating side to identify that. I think there's been some success with shelters and things like that, but I think that'll be a continued piece of work. But we've tried to highlight that where we can. I wouldn't say we've been able to clarify that in 100% of the cases.
Okay, and because I'm just wondering, there was an announcement I think the province made today about 3.5 or 3.8 million for medical first responders, and I know we've got a lot of options here dealing with Edmonton Fire Services. I'm wondering if you've got any sort of quick advance notice of if Edmonton is getting a share of that funding?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that specific funding that was announced today. I understand from the fire chief that we have had some success in getting some agreement for some payment of some of our medical calls. And I also think a lot of that's going to come forward for council's consideration with the motion that you had approved and put forward. And I think we'll continue to, so we see the motion that you had made on that to be integrated with some of this OP12 work. And certainly, if there's a new announcement like there was today, we'll immediately get on top of that and figure out how we can leverage that to the best of our ability.
Okay, thank you. And then just a couple of other things that I just had some concerns about. As far as the cross-corporate naming of facilities, do we lose sort of some goodwill with the community as far as what the city's investment have been in some of those facilities if they don't see it as a city facility any longer?
I think I'll just hand over to Jen in a second. I think that's a bit of one of those eye in the beholder questions. It kind of depends on who identifies with it. I think that's a possibility, but I'll just see if Jen wants to further explore that.
Thank you.
Sure. Through our jurisdictional scan of a number of municipalities across Canada, we have seen that other municipalities have been able to leverage some sponsorship dollars through the naming of some of their assets. It really is something that a lot of municipalities are moving towards, and I haven't come across any research that suggests that communities feel less tethered or appreciative of the municipality and the assets that they've created.
Okay. So the citizens then do still realize it was the city that built it and their taxpayer dollars that went towards it?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Councillor key in that is making sure that I don't think we give all the naming away. Like the city of Edmonton needs to be, front and center in these places. But yeah, we can kind of work through that individually.
Okay. I do have some other little nitpicky specific things, and I'll wait to maybe have those one-on-one conversations with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador. Councillor Salvador.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just saying, echoing my colleague that I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. It's just a massive undertaking. So I wanted to recognize that right off the top. Yeah, and I think looking at attachment 3 and focusing my efforts there right now, just a few that I wanted to highlight that, I wouldn't really be interested in exploring further, or would have some concerns about us exploring further. One of the ones that flagged for me was the eliminating Edmonton Heritage Council annual funding. That was a pretty big flag. I think they're doing fantastic work in the sphere of reconciliation and Indigenous resurgence. So just wanted to put that out there. One of the other ones that stood out, generating revenue from BIAs by contracting enhanced maintenance service, just really being mindful of any additional pressure we're placing on BIAs at this time and small local businesses. So I wasn't super comfortable going down that path. Similar to Councillor Wright, had questions about the implications and really return on investment when it comes to increasing cross-corporate naming rights. So not super keen on that one. Yeah, and similar to the comments around the new fees for patio permits, that was another concern in a similar vein. And I know I'm moving pretty quickly, but I'll just ask a few questions as well. Right off the top, the canceling the waste calendar mail out. I wonder if there might be an opportunity for like limited distribution through libraries or city facilities for folks who might not have access. And I think we can sort of take that offline, but I'll put that out there. I did have an actual question this time about the review of policy C607, the retroactive municipal tax relief, and the potential to reduce the amount of tax forgiveness there. Just looking for clarity, like my understanding is we use this fairly regularly. If it doesn't get fully used, where do those dollars go? And like, are those savings sort of already being accounted for, or would this somehow be above and beyond that?
So I think what this would do is provide a greater degree of, it would create a harder policy. So less opportunities for administration to forgive for certain things, which would create less forgiveness. When we don't use the entire, so at the end of the day, it's an ultimate savings. If we forgive more than we budget, that falls to the FSR. If we forgive less than we budget, that also falls to the FSR. But if you take a harder stance around what types of things you'll actually forgive, or even go all the way to we refuse to forgive, then at the end of the day, you free up some money that can be reallocated to other things.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess with that context, I am not super keen on lowering that or reducing that. Yeah, we tap into that on, like I said, a pretty regular basis. The other question I had was just around scrolling between pages, introducing new fees to charge for road right-of-way permits. And that's related to OzCam, is my understanding. And I thought, when we budgeted for OzCam, so I'm just trying to understand, are there additional savings that could be harvested there, or are we just trying to are there additional savings that could be harvested?
So this wouldn't be additional savings. It would be just additional revenue from charging more fees. And I'll turn it over to Craig if he wants to answer.
Okay, but are we even bringing in that revenue right now, I guess is what I'm asking.
Currently right now, OzCams is not bringing in the amount of revenue that it requires, but I'll turn it over to Craig to answer that question there.
Yeah, that's exactly it. In that overall OzCam budget line item, there's been a number of things in there that were built into the calculation back in 2018 that were baked into the 19 to 22 budget, and those have yet to be corrected. So right now, the OzCam is not collecting the revenue that it's currently budgeted for. So there is a report and work underway to review that entire program. And so then this is just another option for additional fees to help assist with that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Really want to give huge gratitude for the comprehensive work. I think the report was very, had the information that we needed, I think, to move forward with this. So thank you. Having said that, I do have a few questions and thoughts to share, and I'll also try to go fairly quickly through them. Just in terms of sorry, I just want to triple check that this is public. Yes, in terms of low priority on taxing machinery and equipment, just wondering what led to that assessment of it being low priority.
Sorry, what led to it being low priority?
Yeah, why are we not pursuing that?
So sorry, the low would be the risk, not priority. Are you looking at low, medium, high in the column?
No, I'm looking at attachment 1, the review of low priority analysis options, which I understand are options that are not really moving forward at this point.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Those were the ones where we haven't moved forward with the analysis. If you're interested in us to do that analysis, we would take direction from you and go ahead and do it. And I'll maybe I think it's a lot of work, so I'll maybe just ask Ms. Watt to clarify.
Great.
Sorry, Stacey, I think Kate is in another meeting right now. So you're talking about the C607 policy?
No, I'm looking just at the option to tax machinery and equipment.
Sorry, apologies.
That's
So
okay.
yes, so yeah, to look into this. So right now we presently aren't taxing machine equipment. To start looking at doing that, we're planning to spend some time actually reassessing the inventory, because this is kind of in reality the situation, because it's something that we are not taxing, therefore not gaining revenue. When we determine where we're allocating our resources annually to ensure that it's a very accurate assessment role, those are probably not the most accurate, and so really would require some thorough time and effort to doing that. We'd anticipate that's going to take us 2 or 3 years if we go down that road. And we also just flagged that right now, not taxing machinery equipment is what we like to think is our competitive advantage compared to the region. So there's another trade-off there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we've looked at the location of some major industrial developments, the machinery and the machinery and equipment tax doesn't seem like, there's still been industrial development in jurisdictions where there is that. So that's maybe one that I would flag that I would still have interest in, even if it's a preliminary order of magnitude in terms of potential revenue versus effort to collect the information. I will probably have to come for a second round. I apologize. So, echoing Councillor Salvador, I have no interest in exploring the Heritage Council in terms of removing their funding. And my hope would be that we could provide some clarity to the organization today, whether that's through motion or whether we can just be very explicit about the decision moving forward from here. If we hear other voices who do want to continue exploring that, it is something I would like to put to a vote just to have that clarity today. With the Living Hope strategy, it references the opportunity to potentially secure funding from other orders of government. Would that be sort of a conditional, like we wouldn't remove the funding until that was put in place?
Well, I think we'd do that at the will of council. That could be a caveat we put on it. It might make it harder to implement, but for sure.
Okay. Just in terms of the commemorative program, do we have an order of magnitude in terms of what the current cost of that program is and what it would potentially increase to? I think for me, there is a principle around it still being attainable and reasonably affordable for a variety of Edmonton households, though not, strictly opposed to a modest increase. Do we have that information on hand?
I can find out the overall budget of the program and get back to you by the end of this meeting. But the intent with this is just to cost recover and match the increase in materials. So the cost of wood and those types of things have gone up over time, and the price has remained static. So right now it's losing money, and so this would be to just match the cost of the program.
Great. And I think again, if that's sort of still within an attainable amount for many Edmonton households, I think that makes a lot of sense. If it starts to be, $5,000, $10,000, would have some concerns there. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Before I go to Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Rice, maybe if Council wants to consider further exploring some big items such as machinery and equipment tax, that I think that should come through maybe as a motion, then Council can debate and set the direction. Because if we just say go explore further, that would not be a good approach to do, right? So if there are big things we want, then motion will be more appropriate.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Good. All right, good. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
So first of all, just a point of order, I guess. We are at council meeting. Should I be putting a motion on the floor?
I think what we want to do, Councillor Rutherford, with this one, right, go through at least one round of questions, right? Then we can, we have also a private item that we may want to go through before we think, okay, what is the appropriate direction? At this time, it's just for information.
Okay. So I have two questions, one very specific and then one more broad on the report itself. The specific one is to attachment 3, the deferring staff at the 6th Fire District until the 2027-2030 budget. Can you tell me more about that one?
Yes, Councillor. So this is our 6th district chief. Currently, we have 5 districts in the city. And with the expansion of new stations coming online towards the end of this budget cycle and into the new cycle, this 6th district chief is aligned with the opening of those stations to be able to manage the workload that comes along with an expanding city.
Okay, that's what I was concerned about. That would include the Cumberland one, right? That has earmarked operational budget for 2026.
Correct. That and the Walker Lakes station. And what that does, we have to expand the scope of the current district chiefs that are in operation. So it's more stations to manage, more staffing to manage,
Yeah.
more length of time to get to those scenes. So,
But the stations would have people in them operating, just
correct.
bigger span of control for the district.
Yes, correct.
Okay, but how does that affect? Because we've had many conversations, Chief, around with the closure of the Station 8, some of the service, the target of 7 minutes for the first on scene, and then the 16 firefighters on site 90% of the time. Whatever those stats are, I have them pulled up here from an email we exchanged on September 11th. Would this OP12 recommendation affect the continued underservice of the areas that I represent?
Not from initial response or a 7 and 11, so to speak, service target response. The stations are still planned to be built and staffed as is. The district chiefs manage the multiple stations in their districts, and so as we expand, they have more to manage, and hence the request for a 6th district chief.
Oh, this would really affect those ratios of the management or supervisors to frontline. Okay. And then my next question is to Ms. Padbury, and just, one thing that keeps kind of rotating in my head, and I'd like your thoughts on it, is around the OP12 direction around the 60 million, the 15 million immediate reduction annually to a total of 60 million over the 4-year budget. We had a deficit last year. What was our final deficit at the end of last year?
We haven't released that number yet, but it's pretty close to $50 million.
And do you think we will come out of 2024 without deficit with anything projected now?
I think it's too early to say for sure, but I would highlight that the answer to that is maybe it depends on several things. It depends. We do know that there are probably what I would identify as structural budget issues, in particular in city operations. We know transit revenue has not recovered to what it was pre-pandemic, so there's about an $11 million exposure there. Craig already identified the OSCAM revenues, and then at budget, we highlighted numerous things that we think create risk and exposure.
But we will have, if there's a perpetual deficit, let's say we do have another 50 million in 2024, at some point we have to say this is not just a one-off, and we have to rectify that, correct?
That's correct. And so we aim to do that in the budgets. And I would say, like, your financial stabilization reserve provides you with the time and space to be able to make those types of corrections. The issue that you'll encounter is this year you'll be significantly below the minimum balance. So your policy is already going to direct you to bring back a plan to get the balance back up to the minimum. And at this point, I can't see that plan really being anything other than a tax levy increase.
Fair. Okay, that helps. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you very much for this presentation. I do like some ideas and listed in the report. And I just have a few questions to clarify the few items here. So the first one on page 6 of attachment 3, There are two items here. One is the increase and sale city fabrication services, and that will impact our FT for the line, but that will save over $500,000. That's his number one. Can you explain that a little bit more? Is this save amount is after counted the impact FT numbers, or is not FT numbers not counted in this saving amount?
I
So
believe this is a revenue line, but I'll ask Mr. Robar to respond.
Yeah, this is a revenue line. This is about taking in revenue. So in order
Yeah.
for us to do that, we would require more staff on hand to do that with. So this would be using the fabrication services and marketing their capabilities to the public and competing in that space in fabrication. So, and I'll turn it over to Arjun if he just wants to add anything else.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. So this would be an addition of an FTE for the Fabrication Technologies shop to allow us to bid on other government fabrication work that we can do in-house and provide to other municipalities for a profit. So it's not a reduction of FTE, it's an increase in FTE.
Yes, that's my question. If you're going to increase the FTE for the line FTEs, that means you need more money. But how we can save the money and from this piece and to gain some more revenue? That is my question. So because line FTE maybe requires additional investment there.
Correct, yes. So there would be an initial investment in the FTE to scale up the program, but the analysis shows that we would be able to generate a profit in addition to funding those FTE in material by selling fabrication work to other municipalities.
So after we increase the line FTEs and we could save additional like $512,000.
We could generate an additional $500,000 plus in revenue and profit.
And for the entire 2023 and 2026 budget cycle.
For the budget cycle and then ongoing after that, yes.
Okay, that's his number one. Question number two question is about, another one is invest in parking in enforcement personnel to drive increased revenues. I noticed this number and drive the increased revenue is a huge number, and that would be great, and we can generate additional revenue for that. And at the same time, I noticed the request is 14 FTEs additional.
So I'm gonna start this just because I want to highlight for you that this one has been flagged as medium risk. And that is because you would make an additional investment in parking enforcement that would drive additional fine revenue. But the reason we classify it as a higher risk is fines ultimately tend to change behavior. And so the long-term sustainability of increased fine revenue is something that we think we want to point out the risk of.
Yeah, I noticed it's marked as a medium risk for that. But also this involved to request additional FTEs and for this program if we want to get more revenue.
Yeah, I can jump in on this one. Currently, we manage our parking enforcement through contract and not through internal FTEs. And so what we're suggesting is we could probably find some efficiencies by bringing some of that enforcement in-house as by way of a pilot project. What we know is over the years, we have reduced our expenses, how much we're putting into that contract. And what we found is we actually disproportionately lost not necessarily revenue, but potential revenue in the ticket amounts that were written. So, you know, by reducing $500,000, we saw about a $3 million decline at the most in potential revenue. And so what we're saying is if we added back in to parking enforcement and found some efficiencies by bringing it in-house, we may be able to generate more revenue again.
Change the functionality.
Yeah, I'll echo Stacy's.
Okay, so my time is out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to jump over to Ms. Padbury.
I am just curious about the disparity in dollar amount in taxes collected by the city of Calgary versus the city of Edmonton. And I'm just wondering if you have any information on that. If you do, if you could share it.
Yeah, I think I maybe just struggle with disparity, and maybe I'll just walk you through the information that I do have. And so if I look at 2022, Calgary's property tax, the municipal portion only, was just over $2 billion, and their population as a city only, not the Calgary metropolitan area, was about 1.4 million. So that's property taxes per capita of about $1,447. The city of Edmonton, those numbers are almost $1.8 billion in taxes, almost 1.1 million in population, and a per capita tax of $1,643. So it's about 13.5% higher. But there's a few things that happen.
There's a big but there, right?
Yeah, like I think first of all, we would always say that budgets are a reflection of the choices of a community. So different communities can make different choices that can change that number. But I also think there's a difference between Calgary and the way they operate. Like their population of the city of Calgary proper versus the Calgary region, Calgary is about 88% of the population, whereas we're only about 72%. When you look further at the types of taxes that get collected and the fact that some of our industrial collection is in municipalities outside of the Edmonton region, I think what you can observe, and this is where I think maybe the disparity would be, is that can lend itself to situations where, as a population, the city of Edmonton absorbs a greater portion of taxes for things that are regional in nature.
Yeah, exactly. So to put in context, Calgary's outlying communities are a little bit further far-flung than ours, and a much smaller outlying population. And so when we have people coming into town, which we love, they come and spend their money, but they're also using our infrastructure and our services. And there's really no way for us to account for that, understanding that population-wise, Calgary and Edmonton are actually very similar if you count in the region. Am I right in that?
Yeah, for 2022, the greater metropolitan population for Calgary was 1.6 million, and for the city of Edmonton, it's 1.5.
Yeah, and we also have this the distinct disadvantage of most of the industrial in our region, especially right up against the city, goes to another municipality and offsets their taxes to a huge degree, and we simply don't have that.
Yeah, that's a valid observation.
Yeah, so it gets complex. Now, in actual dollar terms, what's their budget total compared to our budget total?
I just have to pull that up. I don't have that up in the screen in front of me.
I can circle back.
Yeah.
I'll circle back on that. But I think I already know the answer, but it would be great to have it more precise than my ballpark. So I guess what I'm wondering is when we're engaged in this exercise of OP12, I'm assuming, Andre, that we take a look at other municipalities, what their spends are, what their costs are, their labor costs, everything, and we sort of take a look at that and say, okay, if we look at these other municipalities as sort of benchmarks, where do we stand? And in this exercise of OP12, are we, in the middle of the pack? As far as costs, are we way high, or are we way low? Do we have that answer?
I think we've done some of that in different parts, and you may recall me putting sort of like management to supervisor ratios, for example, comparing to the GOA in Calgary and others. So we've done that in other places, but I would say, at the very beginning of this exercise, we looked around to see what other OP12 like exercises have been done recently, and we didn't find a lot like this. We found a lot of the examples of sort of the 2% across or 3% across the board type cuts, but we haven't really seen it done in this way. So I would say it's been a struggle to compare.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Edmonton has sort of led the way in that kind of fiscal restraint, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brickett. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, appreciate this report, and I echo a lot of some of the hard no's that Councillor Salvador have flagged. I guess in particular with Heritage Council, I'm just curious. You know, there's 3 organizations that stewarding the connection exchanges, which were only a few years in. I was also just curious about how, you know, it's Heritage Council that's kind of part of this discussion when there's actually 3 organizations. Wondering if you can share some insights on that.
First of all, I'll say, Councillor Tang, I think I want to say that these are all very incredibly hard, and there's not one thing on this list that is hard to decide on or even consider. I guess I just want to confirm the other 2 organizations you're talking about.
Well, it's Arts Council, Arts Habitat, and Heritage Council that's leading the connection exchanges strategy for the city, and
yeah, I think
and we're only a few years in, and I just, you know, I will worry about a decision like this kind of losing the momentum on that.
Yeah, I think that's a completely valid concern. I think the Arts Council was a little different because we saw actually some more recent investments in that. So, but it was a bit of a judgment call. I would agree that what you're highlighting is a huge risk to doing this, which is why it was painful for us to even put it on the list. But and then again, it did get back to, you know, core service versus other services. So.
And on the Living Hope strategy, I'm just curious, when was the last time council, whether this council or past council, had a discussion about this strategy as like a report or something? Do you have a sense of that?
Stacey, if you're online, would you be able to respond?
I'll have to get back with that date.
No problem. And then just on some of the ones related to reduce engagement, do you have a sense of like what is our engagement balance between what's legally required and non-legally required?
I can maybe try that one, Counselor. It really is the engagement as defined in the MGA.
Okay.
So for certain projects and you know, public hearing work, land use work.
Okay. But like, you know, out of all the engagement work we do, you know, is it like 30% that's legally required, say under land use, and the rest is kind of non-legally required, but we do it because it's good policy making?
So I'm not sure, I don't have the answer. I'm not sure if Kim Petrin or others might have a better sense of that.
Okay.
I can comment, Councillor Tang, it's Kim.
Sure.
The idea here around reducing non-legally required engagement was really looking at the budget as a whole for community services, city operations, and urban planning and economy, and assuming a percentage of a reduction for non-legally required engagement, and that's the total that we would account for.
Yeah, and I guess also when considering engagement, I guess I'm having a hard time with these 2 items, partly because I'm wondering, you know, are we asking the question of how can we make engagement more effective to really achieve the goals that we want? Are we considering, are we pivoting how we usually do our things? Are we considering how we are, you know, managing engagement in a more effective way rather than just saying let's cut it or let's reduce the, you know, certain aspects of it?
Yeah, I think, Councillor, we have to do that for sure if we're going to keep doing it. Again, this is not a popular idea at all, and I agree that the more engagement we do, the better policy decisions we see, and I think that was proven more recently as well. So again, not something we're enthusiastic about, and I would agree that if the decision by council on this is not to take up this idea, we can absolutely carry out the other work to be better at it, to more efficient, and hear more voices for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll just flag that this is one, these, the public engagement ones are ones I'm not very interested in. I think I'm much more interested in a different conversation about engagement, about how we can do better rather than what we can do less of.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm also just curious because there's a couple ones here, like say the parking management strategy that we're still waiting on a council report.
Yeah, so Councillor Tang, maybe
Oh.
second out?
Oh, am I out of time?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No
Sorry.
worries,
Thank
no
you.
worries. Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I wanted to ask, I was looking at Calgary has the Park Plus program, and Calgary has automated enforcement, and they have for over 7 years, looking at how they can do parking more cost effectively and also achieve better outcomes and opportunities for Calgarians. And again, I see that we do not have this in Edmonton. It would save us time and money. And my understanding is that this is not an OP12 thing. This is not an investment decision of the city. This is I believe this is the provincial government who is just not allowing us. They're forcing us to use like an iPhone 4. Well, Calgary gets the iPhone 15. So can I confirm my understanding is correct here that this is the province that is forbidding Edmonton from using automated enforcement?
Councillor Jans, I can get started on this. We're actively working with administration in the government of Alberta to get the Amber agreement to authorize automated parking enforcement. So definitely still working on this, trying to work through the details of the agreement, and back and forth is happening, and we're moving it as fast as we can. Completely agree on the leveraging technology. This is a piece that both touches our area in parking, but also in enforcement as well. So I might hand it over to Dave Jones to speak to the peace officer portion.
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier, our current parking enforcement model is done via contract with a third party who provides bylaw officers to do both vehicle patrols and foot patrols. And I think what we'd see is if automated enforcement came online, we would be able to reallocate those resources that are dedicated to the foot patrols to other parking enforcement detail duties.
Could you tell us the dollar value of that contract?
I would have to.
I would let us look at, before we answer that question, can we just look and make sure that we're not disclosing anything we're not
Sure.
contract?
For sake of argument, though, I just want to make sure I've got this. We're spending a significant, a not insignificant amount of money each year paying for parking enforcement via contract, while Calgary is not having to incur those costs because they get to use the automated technology. And we are forbidden from doing that. And I know I've been raising this since I got elected at least 3 years ago, or almost 3 years ago. And I know as recently as November 2023, I emailed Minister Turton about it after we spoke about it at an Alberta Municipalities event. So I guess I'm wondering what the holdup is here. This sounds like a government that claims they want to cut red tape is tying up our parking enforcement in red tape.
I'll let
So actually, I'm going to jump in here and say, Councillor Jans, I think some of the questions that you're asking are better for us to answer in private.
Fair. Okay, I'll leave it there for now. A different line of questioning. I'm just wondering about, we also had advocated that nonprofits and festivals not have to pay for uniformed police officers, the EPS members, to go to Folk Fest and different events like that. I believe Councillor Knack had been advocating for this for years because we end up paying that cost in terms of increased granting to the festival. So we're essentially paying ourselves. I didn't see that, or maybe I missed that. Is there an indirect community subsidy here in OP12 that we could look at?
Councillor Roger Jevon here. We continue to pay 75% of the police costs for the extra duty service at festivals.
And again, it'd be great if we could get a roundup of that amount, maybe because that could be an OP12 cost saving for us.
It would depend if we pass the cost back to the police service to absorb or onto the festivals to absorb.
But if the police weren't required to be there, we could have other, maybe more cost-effective
Yeah,
alternatives.
there's been good negotiations with the police about the level of support and the really cooperative risk assessment process to determine how many officers are required.
Yeah, Councillor
Okay,
Jantz,
all right.
I would say it's still on our advocacy list, but I didn't feel like we could put it on here knowing that we're constrained right now, because it's not really a viable option with the constraint we have.
Okay, I'll come back for next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Yeah, I just want to start with the presentation, Andre. Stream 1, the review past work. Am I reading it right? When we add all of those initiatives, some 2% to budget 2019-22 budget reductions, 4321, is the accumulated amount comes to $1.9 billion in the reductions that that administration has achieved since 2015?
Yeah, that's my understanding, and I think the other factor is that the total avoided tax increase in that same time with that amount is 21.5%.
So it would have, had that work was not done, it would have resulted in 21.5% tax levy increase.
Correct.
Okay. Because I think as leaders, we need to always reflect on the new realities that we face, and sometimes the right information is not available. I wish this information was available to me when I was contemplating OP12 motion, because this is eye-opening, right? Some was available, some was not, but thank you for sharing that, because I'm trying to understand the structural challenges that we have now that that I heard you speak. So on top of that, we have additional pressures on utility costs that are more long-term now, not one time. The transit revenue decline is also more long-term, right? Not one time. Labor cost pressures are also long-term. So this exercise, OP12 exercise, is important in order to us to get figured out those we need to pay for those and where we cut. So can you also speak to, so part of that work, part of that stream 1, you would have also undertaken the work that was that was identified by the auditor, right, on the manager-employee ratio. So that work would have been included in that.
Yes, correct.
It would have, right?
Yeah, yeah. And we briefed that a couple of times, but yeah.
We're also seeing a trend now, right? What I noticed, the information that I've been able to see, that we're seeing a trend that the supervisor to employee ratio, number of supervisors are declining in that.
Yeah, for a variety of reasons, some reduction in management, some jurisdictional scans, but for a variety of reasons, yes, you're seeing our management to employee ratio go up, which means more employees to, not just managers, but managers and supervisors, which is going up.
Yeah.
Which is what we want, and I think we'll continue to do that over time, in a way that makes sense. So yeah, I think we're reversing I think we've reversed the trend about 3 years ago, and we're moving in the right direction. We'll continue to do that.
Yeah. I also have seen that the number of employees that we have, the ratio of city employee to population is also like less employees are serving more population.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why we made the point in the presentation that as we look to growing to a city of 2 million, on our current trajectory, if we do all the same things we're doing, we are going to need to increase levy. We're still going to do efficiencies, and we'll do that, but that won't account for the growth to 2 million people.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking these questions is that there's a lot of good work been done, right? Maybe we are at a point where we just need to realize that there's not much room for more drastic reductions without reallocation of, or looking at, okay, what we need to stop doing in order to focus on priorities, other priorities.
Yeah, I think
That's what the exercise is.
I think that's fair, but I would also say every time we say that, you know, we come off as quite defensive, and we're not
I
trying
know,
to.
I know.
So we embraced OP12 because there was direction of council. We want to look everywhere, and I think what I would also say is we would never be in a position, we can never be in a position as administration where we won't always seek continuous improvement.
Oh, absolutely.
And we have to keep that. So for that reason, I liked the OP12 exercise, notwithstanding all the work, because it does keep us honest. It does make sure we ask all those questions, and it does verify some of the data. So
Okay, good. I have more questions on it, but we'll come back at this time, or we'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. So return the chair to you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think I just have 2 or 3 more questions for public. So with the residential parking program, I think Councillor Tang might have been going to ask this, but with the body of work that's underway with the curbside management strategy, just wanting to make sure that that is sort of tied in there and we wouldn't be doing it independent of that work. It will come as sort of a holistic picture and with various tools that we can look at that time. Is that the correct interpretation?
Right now, they're kind of both going in parallel. We have a report that is likely to be rescheduled for March, specific to the residential parking program. And so then that gives a review of the history of the program since its evolution in the late 70s, along with the proposal of how the program could move forward and how we would manage parking in residential areas given the curbside management strategy. So that report is moving forward at this point. Yeah, does that answer the question?
Yeah, and I guess at that time we can dive into additional details about what a potential program would look like.
Yeah, all of that is
be more.
You're breaking in and out, Councillor Salvador.
Okay, let me just quickly switch over my phone here. I don't know why my laptop is not cooperating.
Oh, why don't you fix that?
Is that better?
No, you fix that system and I'll come back to you. I'll go to Councillor Stevenson next, okay? Is that okay? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe just circling back, around the question of taxing machinery and equipment. I again recognize that it's a huge question, lots of different variables to be considered. I think one of the first questions sort of being around our tax competitiveness with the region. I know administration is working on an industrial land use strategy. Would there be an opportunity through that work to maybe answer some of those preliminary questions?
The work that's coming is the Industrial Action Plan, so a refresh of the work that was done in 2016. The outcomes could help inform how we might want to lean into some policy tools in terms of supporting industrial growth in the City of Edmonton.
Okay, great. And some of those trade-offs as well in terms of revenue generation versus attracting that industrial development?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I think that's a good spot for it rather than in this report. A general question, so in the main report on page 15, there's a table that summarizes the total amount of dollars identified. There are also a number of items that are just marked as TBD. So do the totals on page 15 make any assumptions about the TBDs, or TBDs would be on top of those amounts.
I'm pretty sure the TBDs are included in those amounts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have
that
some
correct?
orders of magnitude for those TBDs.
So I just want to confirm that.
Okay.
So when it says TBD, those are ones that we could work on them if directed to do so, but at this point, we haven't determined what the final amounts would be.
Okay, so when we look at the totals, these would be above
They would
above
be
the
above.
totals.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well that's great because I think there are some exciting ones. But sorry, just to clarify, if it says TBD, you require direction to do more analysis, or those are ones that you plan to do more analysis on?
I think it kind of depends on where we end up on March 15th.
Okay.
Counselor. So yeah.
Okay, because I think there's some really exciting ones in the TBD category, and so wouldn't want to lose that. But happy to delve into that detail a bit further. You know, I have concern around generating revenues from BIAs with the enhanced maintenance contracts, but I also wonder. I've heard appetite from some BIAs to more actively take over maintenance in their areas. Would we ever look at, you know, providing them with a grant that is less than we spend on maintenance to allow them to manage maintenance in their areas?
Well, we could.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would be, again, I'm not too comfortable with the idea of generating revenue, but I do think there could potentially be some partnerships that could reduce our overall expenditure in those areas and enhance the level of service that they're receiving. Just with ETS fare collection, I am hugely supportive of this. I was just wondering, you know, potentially that being a $2 fee, and also just wondering our ability to apply that to events at Rogers Place or other large venues where we see high transit user ridership.
So that would require us to get an agreement with Rogers Place proper. But what this is saying is, you know, exploring those opportunities with the event and venue owners to be able to put that on top. So, and I think I'll turn it over to Community Recreation. They are probably the ones that would have to do that work. So.
Okay, well, no need to delve into the details, just to say I'm really supportive of that idea. I think applying that lens to other venues where we know transit ridership is high after events, and recouping that there, I think would be very positive. You know, share some of the reservations around corporate naming rights. With false alarms for Edmonton Fire Rescue, do we have an order of magnitude on that? Like, what is the fine for a false alarm?
Yes, Council. So it's a step process. So first, I'm just going to bring it up with compliance. We're anticipating that this change would actually bring us around $14,000, but we know there's about 10,000 calls out there roughly a year, anywhere from 8 to 10,000, where this would apply to. So we would start out and looking at fines that can go anywhere from $1,500, $500 under some sections, and of course $2,500 depends on the escalation and level of compliance. So we're looking to also create some clarity in the bylaw when it comes to false alarms, because it's very specific on when we can charge. So this would also trigger a bylaw change to make it more clear and be able to apply this.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Actually, and Chief Satelny, while you're there, in relation to those fines, is there any additional costs then, I guess, to deliver those fines or to monitor?
No, we have a process in the background that identifies when we arrive on scene, and it's deemed to be a false alarm, meets the threshold of the bylaw. We would have to, you know, the work would be in changing the bylaw and then working it into our payment process.
Okay, because I'm just thinking back to the public spaces bylaw where I think it's 10,000 fine for fireworks without a permit. that would cost additional resources, wouldn't it? To be able to collect on those.
So collection, and depending on whether it's challenged, where you would see more expenses that would escalate. But generally, staff do great work. They do it appropriately, and so the fines are relevant, and we see people pay their fines.
Yeah, I was just thinking, sorry, issuing. Okay. My main questions were dealing with part 2 of attachment 3 and the additional detail that was to be provided for some of those TBDs today. I'm really on side with most of what's in that section, only because it's more revenue generation, I think, rather than reducing services and things. But I did just want some clarity on a couple of things. The reintroduction of tools to increase efficiency of core services. I really don't know what this means. Does that mean that we're going to go back to using pesticides because that's easier to spray than to hand pull weeds?
I do think it means things like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it does. I mean, looking back at some of the previous decisions that we've made and looking at toolbox efficiency issues around city operations and looking at kind of re-entertaining those decisions.
Okay, and would that save us a lot overall, do you think, just off?
Certainly on moving through the inventory, depending on if we're looking at shrub beds and what we've talked about before on herbicide spraying versus pulling, there's definitely something that we'd look at an efficiency increase there that could help us meet our service standards more quickly.
Okay, well, I don't think that really goes to our priority of climate and environmental and everything. So that would be a no for me. The other thing, the heavy fleet fire trucks, reduce customization. So we're getting these trucks customized, but that's coming with equipment that aren't used or required by fire services?
No, sorry, Councillor, when it comes to customization, and I do believe we need to do a deeper dive into this, something like a air ride system allows our staff to be able to grab tools more easily out of the compartments rather than a traditional leaf spring. So I think this is something that needs to be looked into a lot more deeply, whether it's warranted or not.
Okay, it was just the way it was worded there just seemed odd to me. So, and since I do have an extra minute left here, is there anything else just to bring forward?
Councillor, if I may, just a question, respond back to the false alarm. So actually the initial charge we have currently is free. And then the second, third, and fourth escalate from $86 to $423. I quoted you a different set of fines.
Okay, I will leave it at that then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Padbury, just to follow up, do you have those Calgary Edmonton numbers?
Yeah, so when you look at the expenditure budget for the city of Calgary, the total budget for 2023 is about $4.7 billion, and that increases up to $4.9 billion in 2026. Those same numbers for Edmonton are $3.8 billion for 2023, escalating to $4.1 billion in 2026. And I would just add that that's for the entire operations of the city, tax supported, and utilities and enterprise.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So going from about $900 million less to $1.1 billion less than Calgary, it looks like. Do I have that right, or? No, I've got it wrong, but about $1 billion. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, so about $1 billion difference. So let's put that in context. So the average amount that Calgarians pay is $1,500 per year in taxes. The average amount an average Edmontonian will pay is about $1,600. And yet our budget is $1 billion less, which I think, and maybe this one goes to Mr. Corbould, does that indicate that the city of Edmonton is running efficiently?
I think it's an indication. Yes, Councillor, for sure.
that our budget could be $1 billion less than our sister city of Calgary.
Yeah, I think it's one of many indications. But again,
Yeah.
I'm committed to, still working through wherever we can to be more efficient in places we can. So.
Yeah, love it. Love more efficiency all the time. But at some point, while we're raiding the cupboards and saying maybe we're going to take away parking for people with disabilities, we might want to stop and take a look and actually celebrate the wins that we have. And so I'm just wondering, all things being equal, Mr. Corbould, we can say we're always going to find efficiencies in some way, and that's true. But are we always going to find meaningful efficiencies that enhance the quality of life of Edmontonians if we keep going down this path?
Yeah, I think it always, not necessarily, no. It always depends on, again, people's perspectives on the service you're providing. And I guess the other thing I would say is that, some of the decisions that we laid out that had been done previously, totaling up to 21%, that could have been tax increase, those resulted in decreases in services as well. And some of the results of those decisions were not well received by Edmontonians. So I think it's always going to be depending on what's important to you as an Edmontonian. And that's why I think the core services exercise has been useful, but not perfect, because, what's core is in the eye of the beholder, depending on who you are and what you particularly need. So.
Yeah, it makes sense. And just one other thing, I really like that chart that sort of shows that delta, that 21% plus number that you mentioned, and almost $2 billion in difference to what our budget could have been to what it is now, based on these efficiency exercises over the years. At some point, though, and I think we've reached this point, we have to admit that we're running pretty lean in comparison to other cities as far as what we can do with our parks and roads and so on and so forth. Do we know that, though, for sure?
I think we are running pretty lean now. My concern, as I kind of tried to indicate in my remarks, is as we grow to a population of 2 million, do we want to be more lean? Do we want to be less lean? Because there'll be expectations of all those Edmontonians as well. So I think that's, if I can, that's the more complicated part for me, is like, I think we're pretty lean now. How do we stay lean as we grow to 2 million and make sure we don't go too lean or, to the other way?
Yeah. And again, it's objective, but I would say that at this point, services are absolutely suffering, and maybe it's time to celebrate the success of OP12. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Picard. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question goes to City Manager, Mr. Coble. In the presentation and in the report, I found that there are a few different information there. One is about $240 million, and for what we fund right now, and in one precinct we exceed that, and in one precinct, and we still working on to achieve this $240 million goal. So I just want to get clarification: do we achieved, and then at $240 million, and then how much we already reallocated, and how much right now available, and for the options provided in the attachment?
Yeah, so what we've given you in total is 200, sorry, just want to make sure I get the right number here. Yeah, so what we've given you in total for consideration to reallocate is $274 million. What's new that you had not seen before as an offer of reallocation is in this report is the $139 million. The difference between those two has already been allocated, right? So yeah, so that means we have made decisions through either administrative decisions or the fall SOBA, where we did make some decisions
So we are discussing on that $139 million, how we allocate it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And also this is operational OP12, and then it's my understanding all the funding sources from operating, but I noticed there is one funding source from capital. And then can somebody explain why we take that funding source from capital to support this OP12? It's supposed to be operating budget.
Yes, I can, Councillor. At the beginning of this exercise, we definitely wanted to focus on operations, but we also have briefed in every briefing that we wouldn't discount some capital thoughts that might come forward. So it's been there in the same way that even though it's an operation amendment, we have also looked at opportunities to meet the spirit of the amendment in utility budget as well. So that's why we haven't done a lot of that, but where it made sense, we thought it useful to do that. I think another good example of an idea that was already taken was the LRT reserve that was, used as part of this in the fall budget.
So that right now, and to me, and from financial management perspective, we do overlap and between the operating and the capital, and use the capital money to support operating. So is that understanding fair?
So maybe I would just jump in and say, like, if you're looking specifically at the one that was for the library, that was a reallocation of pay-as-you-go. And remember, pay-as-you-go, while it goes to the capital budget, is actually an operating budget line item.
Okay, so I may follow up and offline for that. I do have other two questions I want to use the rest of my time. And one is about the snow dumping facilities. So if we introduce new fees for the long city use of snow dumping facility, and my question is, right now, is that fee we are applied right now, or we never applied that fee for the long city use of snow dumping facilities?
Currently, there are no fees for the snow dumps, no tipping fees. We're talking about instituting tipping fees for the snow dumps here, but I'll let Craig add anything he wants to do there.
So current state, and we do not apply for that type of fees.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So the next question is about the increased maintenance agreement fees with developers to ensure all work is covered as per contract. So from contract management perspective, the currently and the maintenance agreement fees did not apply, or we already apply, is just not in compliance for as per contract. So I just want to understand better for this item.
Sorry, could you just explain which one you're looking at there?
Is it page 10 in attachments 3? Ms. Mayor, my time is out, and you can.
Yeah. Maybe come back for the answer, Councillor Rice, for the.
Yeah, I'll get that back to you in a second here.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jans.
Yeah, thank you. It's so hard to summarize all the feedback here and go through and say yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. But in general, I'd say I think Councillor Salvador had a really good start in identifying a number of areas that I think are no-fly zones from here. One thing, and maybe it can come back at a later update, but I'm interested in a couple of areas you flagged at the beginning, like how many communications people do we have? Like, I know they're spread out through the organization. I think I'd like to get just a comprehensive understanding of that, because it seems over the last 20 years we've done some like consolidate, then disaggregate, then etc. I'm also interested around anti-racism and reconciliation. It seems like we have a number of different folks working in a number of different areas, and then thinking as well about the historic historic council funding and I was thinking about the FCL as well too, and how the Heritage Council, pardon me, how we get an incredible return on investment from the FCL and some of these sort of para-city organizations. And I'm wondering if actually there may be a consideration of this is somewhere where we in fact may want to wind down certain internal functions within the city and look at working with those groups, especially if they are, we've seen great success working with some of the like community partners in reconciliation and Black History Month and everything else. So just wanted to leave that as feedback that whether there's just some incredible events I've had the privilege of going to done by third party partners, and not that the city events haven't been wonderful too, but if we do want to consider, is this a form of duplication or is this a form of good redundancy? But I just wanted to leave that. And then finally,
Could I just comment on that?
Sure, yeah, please, yeah.
I think some of the questions you have, we can absolutely clarify that in a memo to council. So we've taken that note there. I would say when it comes to truth and reconciliation and anti-racism specifically, I would suggest that we have followed to the T council direction and the strategy we have from council. I think we are making great momentum on that. And my initial, we'd be open to that, Councillor, but my initial response is I really think we need to continue building the momentum on those two. I don't think we're at a stage where we've hit irreversible momentum on anti-racism yet. I think we've got a long way to go, including getting the independent body and those things stood up. So I would caution against slowing any of those two efforts down, given that it really hasn't been that long that we've been at them under this council's direction.
Mm-hmm. The other thing I just want to say is there's a lot of neat small things that I've learned through this process. Like I had no idea that the city collects Christmas trees, holiday trees. Like I had no idea about the costs of the calendar mail out and some of these other small, incremental pieces that add up. So that was really helpful to see. And I think have those sorts of pieces for reflection brought forward. So there was a lot of value in the report and just learning about our operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I think quickly before I ask another line of questioning, I'll just agree with the Heritage Council, the BIAs, naming rights are all definitely things I don't want to see, as well as engagement. To Councillor Kang's question, just at a high level, quick feedback. But I want to go back to my line of questioning, because even in the presentation that you did, Mr. Corvold, you talk about priorities, but nowhere in that priority did it mention addressing the systemic deficit or structural issues that we may have to, either with FSR, repayment plan or whatever, that might eventually end up coming out of the tax levy. Are we just it's good that we're doing this work, but do you foresee that we're actually going to do this work and not be able to reallocate to anything other than plugging the hole?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly become a more difficult task since we started this work, and we see that in the even in the 60 million, as I think you demonstrated, right? So with the deficit and with the 26 million that we kind of not absorbed, but we built into our budget as well, I think it's going to be more and more complicated for sure. I mean, I would say that every day since this motion passed, the task has become more difficult with the context around us. And so in the end, the answer to your question will be your council's decisions, but yeah, we're definitely going to be recommending that we deal with that systemic financial concern we have. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's an important thing to flag for my colleagues, because I think that everybody's got ideas of where that money can be reallocated to. And I'm just a little bit more pragmatic, I guess, in terms of seeing the writing on the wall of if we have a perpetual deficit again in 2024, that's where, and so I worry about, the reason I bring this up is because I worry about this discussion at Spring Soba. Because if it happens at Spring Soba, will we have those deficit projections by then for 2024? Will we have kind of an idea of where we're going to be, if we're going to hit in the red, the green, whatever, the black, whatever the lingo is? Or should this be a conversation? Like, are we having this conversation premature in the spring? And should we do this work but hold off until we get the full fiscal picture in the fall? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think so. So what I would say is, one, when we brought capital investment and operating investment outlooks, I think we've been highlighting the pressure for a number of years that it's getting increasingly difficult to just manage service as it is, let alone do enhancements. When we come in the spring SOBA, you will know 2023's deficit, you will know how short your FSR is from the minimum balance. And it's early in the year for us to be able to really get a handle on what the projections will be, but we almost always will come to you in the spring SOBA with what we call risks and exposures. So we'll have some level of information around the areas in the budget where we are unlikely to see coming in on budget. And so right, like off the top of my head, I think transit revenue is going to be one of those things. So we won't have it necessarily by branch, but we might have it by issue.
Okay, yeah. No, that's good to consider. I think I found it very insightful, the mayor's comment of if he had some of that information, would he have done a different motion? And I echo Councillor Paquette's comments. Like, I really worry that we've trimmed the fat and now we're going into the flesh. And giving ourselves no wiggle room or flexibility. Thoughts on that? Like, Mr. Corbould, like, should we continue going down this path in your mind?
Yeah,
For
I mean,
reallocation?
well, I guess I would
Or
say,
do we have to give direction to say, maybe this does just go to the FSR?
yeah, I mean, I would
to bring
say,
ourselves back up.
I would say the whole exercise has been very helpful. I think if we put it, I think from a financial perspective, if we put whatever savings are chosen into the FSR, I think that would be fiscally prudent.
That would be the most, okay.
Yeah, and it's really the same answer I've given on things like dividend increases and things like that. So yes, I would agree.
Agreed.
That would be helpful. Yeah.
Okay, that helps for future conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. I've been reflecting a lot listening to this conversation. I think the more I think about it, I think this exercise is essential. And I agree with Councillor Rutherford that if we don't plug those holes, right, or deal with structural issues that we have, we will actually end up hurting core services, right? I think it's very important for us to have that understanding. I think plugging holes and dealing with structural challenges by reallocating OP12 resources or whatever decision we make to those structural issues, for me, is the responsible thing to do, right? So I would see that in the scope of OP12 because that protecting core services. Otherwise, we would have end up reducing those services. We can't keep pace with growth through taxes or whatever, right? So I just want to flag it for you that from me, it is essential for us to look at those structural issues and plug those holes, including the shortfall in FSR, right? So yeah, I think it's also important that when I look at to be determined with one flag, which is the patio fees, I think the rest of the things I looked at, I think we should be exploring those because those could be a potential there for whatever. I think we're in a situation where every penny matters, right? Every dollar matters. We can either raise revenue or reduce, right? So I think we should be looking at those options as well. I do have questions on the private items, right? So maybe we can raise those questions later on. One last question on this. I think you do flag that under to be determined, being more aggressive on industrial growth, right? Are there opportunities for us? You know, we have plans, but are there opportunities for us to be very focused, more aggressive, and how that raises the revenue that helps? Because raising revenue is also part of OP12. It's not just reductions, right? So any opportunities on that? Maybe Kim.
Yeah, I think there are, and I'll let Kim go in a second here because, you know, we'll be bringing reports on that. But I also do think sometimes being aggressive means spending money, right?
Yes, of course.
With services and servicing and things like, you know, access points and stuff like that. And we're definitely talking to a few folks about that right now. But
And
Kim?
I am absolutely okay with it, Andre. Like if we can demonstrate investing now, will reap greater benefits in the future for the long-term sustainability of the city. For me, that is part of exercise.
Yeah, and I would also, you know, not to be contrary, but I would also say that not charging M&E is a pretty aggressive stance and one that stands out amongst a lot of cities, especially in the region, and one I think has been responsible for some pretty huge investments in the city. So, yeah.
Just to add, Mr. Mayor, we've been working with industrial partners through engagement on the update to our industrial action plan. So that report will be coming forward in Q2 of this year. So definitely the intent of that is how do we take action to encourage investment in our city?
Yeah, okay, good. I will move the additional round.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
Okay.
That is carried.
Thank you. I'll take the
Thank
chair
you.
back. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I was wondering if so Vancouver recently went through a similar OP12 exercise. Vancouver Mayor Ken Sim created this budget task force, and they just came back with a big report. So I was trying to compare and contrast that one, and they have some of the same recommendations like naming rights, etc. But one thing I found interesting was they were really exploring co-location of city services within other city facilities. For example, that you could go to the library or the rec center and pay a parking ticket or pay your property tax or something like that. And I was wondering if, because one of the largest assets that the city has is space and multiple touch points with the public for services. And I was wondering if admin had come across any sort of opportunities like this to look at our service models.
I don't think so, Councillor, so maybe we'll take that back and reflect on it. But nothing jumps to mind, but I can think about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it would be a cost savings or a cost neutral change, but for folks who needed to, you know, recently I had to go over to the Edmonton Tower to pay for something. And, you know, I'm more regularly frequent our rec centers and libraries. So that was just a thought if we could do different services at different places. I also had, yeah, I think the rest I'll just save to speak to it. But so can it? I guess what I'm interested in hearing, does admin feel like they have clear direction coming from today, or because I realize some of my colleagues didn't speak today?
I think we have some clear consensus, especially on Heritage Council. So I haven't heard anybody sort of say anything to the contrary. So I think that could help. What I could do is follow up within a few days about a memo to council saying what we think we heard, if that's helpful. Yeah.
I don't want to have admin sort of be in a bit of ambiguity, or like I just because I didn't bring up one of the items doesn't mean I'm necessarily okay with it being cut. So that's not a very clear direction for you, is it?
Well, Councillor, like I said, we're really not looking for decisions to execute on things today. That will come in March, and we're going to try to give you some options that might help you do that quicker. Really, the idea was if there's absolutely something you don't want to see ever come back again, it would be helpful for us to get that clarity. I heard today that Heritage Council is one of those.
Okay, like say for instance, I didn't talk about the sponsorship for city programs, but you know, I'm curious to hear more what that would entail. I just don't understand it right now.
Yeah, and I would say that that's something that can be debated mid-March.
Okay, and if councillors have additional ideas, I also don't want to create a situation where somebody feels like their ideas weren't considered or heard. So if somebody does have other ideas, are they still able to submit them during this process?
Yeah, I would say I've always been willing to hear new ideas. It's a little late in the process for March decisions, I would suggest, but I would say email me and we will see what we can do. And it really depends on the idea and how quickly and how much work it requires to sort of put through our process. So.
Okay. Yeah, I just it's a bit of an awkward governance process, but you know, I appreciate the opportunity to give feedback here today, and yeah, thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We'll take a break here, unless Councillor Stevenson, you have the quick one. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. So, sorry, just going back to the false alarms with Edmonton Fire Rescue, just wondering in terms of, you know, my concern is maybe, you know, nonprofit organizations being impacted, or, you know, businesses that are subject to vandalism of someone pulling their fire alarm. Just wondering if sort of those nuances or considerations could be involved in the bylaw update.
I think we can consider it. Currently, with you know, your first false alarm response is free. It does account for that piece, but we do know that can happen regular or more frequent for some places than others, and so you know, the expectation though, there's still a drain on response when that's not taken care of, or alarm companies make the call without anybody home, and we arrive and there's no homeowner. It becomes quite a task for us to respond to all these calls when there isn't actual, you know, is someone on site or an actual emergency that's occurring. So we can take a look at all of those pieces, and when we come back with a recommendation around clarity around the bylaw, we'd be able to have those conversations in more detail.
Great, thank you. And is there any, you know, recognizing that there are maybe, you know, security companies that are doing the dispatching as well, is there any way to involve them or have some accountability there if they're, you know, sending in alarms that don't need to be responded to?
I'd have to take that away. There's a lot of challenges that come along with third-party companies, and you know, we have a responsibility to respond and treat it as such. And so, to have that conversation, if contacts aren't in place, it gets more complicated. But happy to look at that as well.
Great, thank you so much. I look forward to that work coming forward. Just a last question on snow tipping. So appreciating that there's some technology challenges that lead to you know, not being able to fully implement that until 2028. Just wondering if there's any interim staff solutions, like could we pay someone to collect those tipping fees rather than having sort of an automated system?
I could probably elaborate on that a little bit. There was a pilot that took place to try this out. So right now the current sites don't have power or lighting in a lot of places. There's not proper drainage. Just like the fundamental infrastructure to help facilitate that. So that's temporarily added. There was a pilot that took place, and then the learnings from that pilot is what I guess informed the capital profile that is approved to help build this, so we can do this on an ongoing basis. So I think to answer your question, I think we could probably look at rerunning a pilot of sorts, but just the state of the infrastructure right now is not in a great place to easily implement that for a profitable amount, material amount, I should say.
Okay, no, that's helpful context. So not too many options to expedite that at this point, but what you need to implement that is in place in terms of the budget and the upgrades. Yes, yeah, yes. Okay.
Yes, that's right.
Great. Okay, thank you. Perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll be back at 3:45. Until then, we are on the recess.
council chamber.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson, yeah, Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton is away, Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel, Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans. All right, we have quorum. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Principe, please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I was just on to say that I would like to keep everything on the table that's in attachment 3, keep it all on the table for consideration for March 12th. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. So just to get absolute clarity on attachment 1, the review of low priority analysis options, just making sure that those are not advancing unless there is explicit direction, correct? 'Cause there's just a number in there that are super concerning for me. Just want to be crystal clear.
So I would say these are options that what we believe we heard from you before is that you're not interested in looking at these types of things, not as a first approach anyway.
Right. So without, again, you would need explicit direction to pursue things in attachment 1, correct?
So I'm going to say yes, but I'm just going to I think the challenge in answering this question is if I use the example user fees if I use transit as an example, if there is a structural issue with revenue in transit, then council telling me never to look at a user fee might not be a helpful place for me to be. And so it's not our intention to go here first. If you really want us to look at something, I think we would need that direction. But I would also say I won't remove something from ever being discussed if it's the right thing to discuss.
Okay. I think that's helpful clarity. Because yeah, I mean, I could list a bunch of them, but things like deferring neighborhood renewal or stopping heritage program grants, disposing of park space, there's a bunch that are concerning, but I think that gives me at least some comfort that this is not where we're going, at least at this time, and that there would be future opportunities to have those conversations if it was even being close to contemplated. Okay, that's it for me. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I just want to follow up the question I asked in the previous round. Do we have that information right now?
Yes. So is this referring to
The
maintenance agreements?
maintenance agreement phase.
Yeah. So those are being done ad hoc right now. So what this option is and why it still is a TBD is these maintenance agreements would need to be explored a little bit further. But what this could involve is expanding maintenance agreements for a more standardized approach to recuperating costs for impacts on infrastructure by developers. So specifically on roads, roadways, things like that. If there's going to be large vehicles moving in and out, right now it's on a project or ad hoc basis to calculate the impact of the damage on the road. It doesn't currently calculate and recuperate the administration of the program. So there could be some work done to relook at those maintenance agreements and standardize that. But really what that would boil down to is additional cost on developing areas, developers.
Okay, thank you for that information. So generally speaking, and then to administration, for all the TBD items on the attachment 3, you do not need the motion and then you will take a look, right? So I just want to confirm that for all the TBD items.
So here's I'm just going to be transparent with what I think the struggle here is. I think is we don't normally, it's hard for us to take motions to not do things. And so everything in attachment 3, I would say, is on the table. When we hear from a majority of you that you don't like certain options, we probably won't do it or bring it forward. But ultimately, when we get to March, I think what we'll need to move forward is which of these things would you like to see in the budget? And so that's your opportunity to tell us, I want to see these in the spring SOBA.
So, okay, in that case, I really appreciate all the effort administration put on for this report. And there are many great ideas there and really reflect we are doing a meaningful efficiency exercise. So I want to say appreciation your work. I want to say that first. And also I want to say, and I do not want to say any items to be taken out and from the list city administration recommended. I respect that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we go into private. I don't have the item right up for what sections we would be in, but I do have some comments I'd like to give administration on attachment 4.
Okay, absolutely.
Second.
So second, we'll go in camera with appropriate clauses.
So sections 25, disclosure harmful to the economic or other interests of the public body. 24, advice from officials, and 27, privileged information.
Oh, there it is. Second by Councillor Knack, right? Okay. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll give you a couple of minutes to lock the doors. till